All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I will officially convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee's public hearing for Thursday, March 19th, 2026 to order. We have a few items on the agenda. The first one is the House Joint Resolution. This is the nomination of James Donegan of Milford to be a member of the Connecticut Port Authority Board of Directors. And he is joining us online. And just a kind of a point of clarification, Mr. Donegan has come before our committee. It was the February 10th meeting, but due to a procedural error, yeah, we have to invite him back. But all the testimony relating to his nominee at the previous hearing has been incorporated into the record. So just that. So, Mr. Donegan, apologies for making you do this again, but welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, Ranking Members Iaccarino and Berthel, and distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is James Donegan, and I'm honored to come before you today seeking confirmation of House Majority Leader Rojas's nomination to the Connecticut Port Authority Board of Directors. My career is focused on working in our state's maritime sector. For over 15 years, I worked with a Connecticut-based coastal engineering company where I had the opportunity to work with clients from municipalities, marinas, clubs, residential property owners, and commercial property owners. For the last 6 years, I've worked with the City of Milford as Harbor Operations Director. I'm responsible for all aspects of the city's transient marina, boat ramp, mooring fields, and waterfront harbor park. In 2022, I was appointed by Governor Lamont as Harbor Master for the City of Milford. As Harbor Master, I'm responsible for the general care and supervision of Milford Harbor and the Housatonic River. The goal of the Connecticut Port Authority is to grow Connecticut's economy and create job growth. I believe the Port Authority is well positioned to continue to achieve these goals and have a significant impact. With my knowledge and experience, I'm well suited to help the Port Authority continue and expand on the following priorities: dredging, future opportunities for Connecticut's deepwater ports, continuation of the Small Harbor Improvement Projects program, and tourism and recreation opportunities. Pending your confirmation today, I look forward to working closely with the members of the Connecticut Port Authority Board, the Executive Director and staff, the state legislature, and the Governor's office to achieve our goals. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify before you again today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donegan. And again, apologies for making you do this one more time. Are there any questions or comments from? I think we asked all the questions a few months ago, so no questions for you. Thanks again for taking a few minutes with us today.
Thank you very much.
All right. Moving right along, we'll just go down on the agenda. This is another House Joint Resolution. This is a nomination of Gerald Weiner of Woodbridge to be the Education Arbitration Panel as a neutral arbitrator. Good morning. If you can do me a favor and raise your right hand, do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Senator Godfrey, Representative Iaccarino, Senator Berthel, and members of the committee. My name is Gerald Weiner, and I am pleased to appear before you as the governor's nominee for appointment as an impartial arbitration panel member of the Education Arbitration Panel. I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear before you to speak to my desire to serve as an arbitrator on the education panel. I have been a practicing lawyer since 1968. I hate to admit that, but that's the date, with an office in Bridgeport from 1970 through 2014, when I retired from the law firm I founded in 1972. Since 2014 through 2022, I have been of counsel to the law firm of Sussman, Duffy, and Segloff. My practice over the years has focused on a variety of matters, including general litigation, family law, real estate, corporate and commercial transaction, and municipal law. My legal background has been diverse as I have had exposure to many different areas of the law. I began my labor arbitration career when I was appointed to the State Board of Mediation and Arbitration in approximately 1993. In 1999, I was appointed vice chair of the board and chairman of the board in 2004. I am on the panel of neutral labor arbitrators of the American Arbitration Association and a member of the state of Connecticut panel of neutral arbitrators of municipal employee contracts. I currently serve on the education arbitration panel. As you can see, my professional work over the last several years has focused on the resolution of labor disputes as a neutral arbitrator in the public sector. I have heard and decided numerous cases involving grievance disputes between unions and employees on the one hand and towns and cities on the other, as well as serving as a neutral arbitrator in many interest arbitrations which deal with the resolution of municipal collective bargaining agreements. I expect to continue with my work as an arbitrator, and continuing my service on the education arbitration panel is consistent with this goal. I believe I have demonstrated that I can fairly help in resolving conflicts between interested parties, as well as possessing an appropriate temperament for this type of work. In addition to my work as a lawyer and arbitrator, I strongly believe in our obligation for community service and accordingly serve on several boards, including the Board of Trustees of Griffin Hospital, and served as its chair for 8 years, as a member of Tweed New Haven Airport Authority, and served as its vice chairman, and formerly on the boards of Connecticut Renaissance, Inc. and the Regional Growth Partnership of New Haven. I appreciate your attention and consideration and welcome the opportunity to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on your renomination,
Thank
and thank you for your willingness to continue to serve. So how long have you served on the panel itself?
On this panel, I think 8 years.
Okay. And in the 8 years you've served on the panel, have you seen any trends when it comes to the number of dockets, the types of dockets that you see?
Well, happily, and this is for the labor community, in the last 2 or 3 years, I've seen many, many fewer contested arbitrations, which to me means the parties are coming together to resolve these disputes that they may have, independent of being told by an arbitration panel of what the resolution of the issues are. So it really is, on the one hand, it's less work for us, but that's okay, because on the other hand, it really does mean that people and parties recognize the intricacies of today's economies and other issues involving labor and employers. So that's the good news. When I first started, there were many cases. We were called upon to serve on many different panels, but that has seemed to be slowing down, and I think that's a good sign for our community.
That's great. You might be the sixth or seventh neutral arbitrator that we've had this year, and I think all of them have said the exact same thing, where they're seeing more settlements
Yes.
than going into arbitration. That's good to hear. I think we have two more actually after you, but I'll ask them the exact same thing: is what makes you want to continue in this role?
Well, I was, as I said in my opening statement, I've been practicing law for 40 years, 50 years. I don't know how long it is. And I never expected to get into the labor field when I got out of law school, but it's sort of evolved with the appointment to the State Board of Mediation and Arbitration. I find it tremendously satisfying, gratifying to be able to sit with parties and hear a case if there is no way to resolve it. But on many situations, we can all work together. We on the education panel, we have a labor management arbitrator and a employer arbitrator, and we get together with the parties, and the most satisfying part of the job is seeing everybody walk out with a settlement, and no one is really happy, but they don't have to have a third party tell them what their contract is going to be.
That's great. Well, congratulations again, and thanks again for your willingness to continue in this endeavor. With that, I'll turn it over to my co-chair, Chairman Duff.
Thank you, and good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good to see you again.
Nice seeing you.
I remember when you came through through this committee last time. I've known you for a long time, I think since 1994.
That's probably true, yes.
And so I don't have any questions. Just want to say you've answered them well. But to thank you for your work and thanks for continuing to serve on
Thank you
the
very
panel.
much.
So thank you,
Thank
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Attorney Weiner. Great to see you again here.
Great to see. I don't want to embarrass you to say how long I've known you, so I can say it.
Yes. Yeah, I think almost as long as we've known Congresswoman DeLauro, right?
That's correct,
Yeah.
correct.
So just one question. How much of your time do you actually spend on this? How often do you get called upon to be the neutral arbitrator in a typical year?
So I have many hats in the arbitration world. The main and primary time is spent at the SBMA, State Board of Mediation Arbitration. I'm chair of the board, and I do a significant amount of grievance arbitrations is what we do. So since I've retired and not actively practicing law anymore, I probably spend 25 hours a week on arbitration cases, writing decisions and having hearings. So the SBA grievance cases are the most in terms of volume. Then I do a few interest arbitrations, that's second in volume, and third is the education part of the practice. And that, as I said, happily is being reduced as time moves on. So grievance arbitrations and interest arbitrations is where I spend my time, and it's probably 20 hours a week.
Thank you very much again, and thank you for your willingness to continue to do this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good
Thank you for
morning.
being here and serving another term. Maybe you could help Major League Baseball at the end of the end of the season, because they're going to need a good arbiter, I think.
Well, yeah, I think I'll pass on that one.
Anyway, I don't have many questions. I do have, I was looking through some information, and I represent the 87th District, North Haven, and most towns are debating their budgets and the education budget, and there are people complaining that now with ARPA dollars go on, towns they were used to spending so much money. Does that weigh in any of your decision? Not, you can't change that, but when you're an arbiter for some of these cases, it's because they're one side or the other was needed to use the ARPA money that was there. Does that weigh in it still?
Yes, well, one of the elements one of the factors going into us making a decision is the financial capability of municipality to pay, and that has been going down and down and down. And perhaps that is one of the reasons that leads to so many settlements as opposed to parties coming before the panel, because everybody is realistic enough to understand that there is a reduced amount of resources available for these contracts. So yes, we do factor in financial capability, grants that municipalities used to receive and don't receive anymore.
Right.
So that's an important factor. And I am of the opinion, and I tell everyone, I think that's one of the reasons why people are settling. There's a recognition and acknowledgement that it's not the way it used to be, that there's less resources available for parties
Right.
to spread around for employment contracts.
Yeah, I mean, part of it too, also for the education boards, the insurance is and you can't control that. It's just
Right.
crazy. And then they were used to having all these dollars, and it's just like anybody, you're used to having the dollars. If it's not there, there's got to be something that gives. And I'm sure you do a great job. And I like when you open, it's really both sides. A good deal is when both sides feel comfortable walking away from the table.
That's
It's like
that's
in
the best.
business or in our.
Not only is that good for the panel, but it's a very nice feeling for the
Right.
arbitrators to realize that has happened, and that should be our goal.
I appreciate that. And, I'm a big baseball fan, and I would hope that they do come to the senses, both sides, so maybe you could come
Well,
up.
if I'm called upon, I'll reconsider. Maybe I'll do it.
Well, I appreciate you stepping up again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure meeting you. We might have met 5 years ago.
I think
don't-
we did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And any other questions? Oh, Senator Martin online.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jerry, could you explain to me, I'm glad you brought up the towns or the cities, I guess their ability to pay when something's being arbitrated here. And it always baffled me that the arbitrators would look at the towns, their funding for the retirement pays and for healthcare, and they would include that in their decision making. So if a town was well fiscally disciplined, have put money away regularly, and that for future liabilities that they may have, that those funds in a proceeding here for arbitration, that those funds would be used almost, in my opinion, is that they would be used against the town because it's part of their formula in processing and determining the town's ability to pay. It just didn't make any sense to me. Could you just maybe explain if that's correct, first of all? And second is, why do you think that should be weighed as part of the decision making?
Well, certainly labor, it does go into into the reasoning behind the town's financial capabilities. We certainly consider general funds, money that this town's community has set aside and through prudent practices. But those are available for an arbitrator to say there's $40 million sitting there and the labor has not received an increase in wages or health insurance benefits for 20 years. Yes, that is a factor. And while no one wants to punish a town for sound fiscal management, the realities are that there's a balancing act as to between the financial capabilities and the needs and the situation where we find labor in the case, and we have to, figure out where the sweet spot is and what we should be doing. But yes, any money the town has set aside, with the exception, I think there's a 5% factor in the statute which says we can't consider if it's less than 5% of the total funds expended by a municipality in a year. But those funds are part of the town's resources and available for consideration. And no one wants to harm a municipality for good fiscal practices, but
It seems like to me that you are, because in my opinion, those funds are not the cities. Those funds belong to the unions. And it almost seems like we're using the union money and we're using it against the towns for them to I guess better the outcome for them to get a better ruling in the union's favor, but the town's being penalized for it. It just makes no sense. It seems to me that would be weighed. That would be the unions go to the union side of the equation here.
well, again, your comments are absolutely on point but those funds are available and those go into the factors. On the other hand, if we come across a municipality that has a very small resource set aside in a general fund or whatever, we strain to be able to give the labor what they want, because there's just not the funds available. And we don't go into whether there was good fiscal management or bad fiscal management. We just look at the facts that's presented before us. The town has $40 million, another town has $3 million. I'm just making those numbers up.
Sure.
But we have to look at those in terms of coming to a decision, as a fair decision.
And who determines that? Is it by statute that those funds are used in as a weighing factor? Who determines that? Is that you individually, or is that by rules that have been established through arbitration, or is that by statute?
Well, the statute only talks about one of the primary factors that we consider the public interest and the town's financial capability, and there are subsections to those overriding factors. But the panel looks at the entire scope of a municipality's resources and makes a decision whether some of those resources that have been put aside can be used for the labor part of the equation. And the statute doesn't specifically say that those funds can be used, but it is certainly a factor in determining financial capability.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Oh, yeah, of course. Senator Looney.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one follow-up, Attorney Weiner, given your vast experience doing this for so many years. How do you think that the system of it's a last best offer system, the arbitrator has to pick that. Is that work well in practice? The theory, of course, behind it is that the two sides will each come up with an offer that it will not be extreme and will not then tempt the arbitrator to pick the other side's offer because theirs is too much of an outlier, and it forces people to narrow their differences and come together so that the difference between the two is not that great when the arbitrator picks it. Is that a better system than giving the arbitrator greater discussion to fashion a remedy and pick a midpoint between the offers or split the difference or do other things? Just your view of how this works in practice after doing it for so many years.
So that's a great question. When people ask me in social situations, well, how do you make a decision? I say, well, one side gives me their offer, the other side gives me their last best offer, and we must take one of the two proposals. We can't split the baby in half, even though on many occasions I have said, oh my God, I would love to be able to cut a little bit from one side and cut a little bit from another side. I can't do that. I believe the system works beautifully. I think it puts the parties on notice that they have to sit down and really do some homework as to figure out where their last best offer should be. They don't want to be too high because then they put themselves outside this practicality and realities, and they don't want to be too low because they obviously want to do the best they can. So I think they spend a lot of time on it because they have to do some strategic planning before they make the offer, and the arbitrator is given two different proposals, which he or she presumes have been well thought out, and must take one of the others. I think it works great. I mean, again, it's very frustrating sometimes when you think one is too high and one is too low and you want to do something and you can't. But overall, I've been very, very pleased. And the more I think about it, it was a great concept that somebody developed. I think it's a good way to proceed.
For your service.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none online. Attorney Weiner, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Do you believe there's anything in your past that proves embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No, I do not.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving right down the agenda. This is this is a Senate resolution. This is the nomination of Joshua Wojnik of Brooklyn to be Secretary of the Office of Policy and Management. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairman Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, Ranking Members Iaccarino and Berthel, and distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Josh Wojcik, and I am honored to be Governor Lamont's nominee as Secretary of the Office of Policy and Management. I want to begin by sharing a little bit about who I am and why this role matters to me. I'm a product of Connecticut. My family and my roots are here, and I've built my life here. My wife, Wendy Garoshin, and I are raising our two children in Brooklyn, Connecticut, where they attend public school. We're part of a tight-knit community, one that reflects what I believe is best about the state. People who look out for one another and take pride in where they live. My wife and I are also small business owners. 13 years ago, we opened a cafe called Heirloom Food Company in Danielson, Connecticut. As small business owners, we have wrestled with the real world challenges of rising costs, workforce pressures, and balancing budgets. We've also seen how major state public policy initiatives can positively impact employees. A rising minimum wage that helps ensure livable wages, paid family medical leave that allows employees to comfortably take time off after childbirth, and improving retirement security through employer-sponsored deferred compensation plans. That experience shapes how I think about public service and is a driving force in my dedication to my daily responsibilities. whether as the Chief Administrator of the State Employee Health Plan or as the Acting Secretary of the Office of Policy and Management. What we do every day as public servants matters. It matters to those who receive the services directly, to their families, and to the taxpayers who want to ensure their hard-earned money is being used wisely. I've been in public service for over 20 years now, holding policy and administrative positions at the Comptroller's Office for the past 13 years and working as a budget and health policy analyst for the Senate Democrats prior to that. In my various roles, I've gained broad experience and developed competencies across many disciplines that will and have served me well as I transition into my new role as the acting OPM secretary. I have deep experience in contract negotiations and oversight, CBAC negotiations as a neutral party, trusted by both labor and management, and I was over at the Comptroller's Office. Experience in pension and healthcare policy, government transparency, and program development and administration. In each of my past roles, I have sought to find solutions, whether simple or innovative, that meet defined goals and objectives efficiently and effectively. I value collaboration and partnership and believe we do our best work here in Connecticut when we're working together, across silos within government and with our partners in the private and nonprofit sectors. OPM sits at the center of how state government runs and operates. It's where policy meets execution, where priorities meet constraints, and where budgets become services delivered to residents. OPM's responsibility is not only to develop and propose a balanced budget, but to ensure that state government can reliably meet the needs of Connecticut residents today and for years to come. Governor Lamont has been clear and consistent about his priorities throughout his time in office: protecting the most vulnerable, improving affordability, especially in areas like childcare and healthcare, strengthening core state services, and making long-term investments such as in transportation infrastructure that residents can see and feel in their daily lives. If confirmed, my commitment is to build on the progress Connecticut has achieved during the governor's first 7 years and to support the work still ahead. That begins with fiscal responsibility. Connecticut has made important gains by strengthening reserves, maintaining a strong rainy day fund, and paying down long-term liabilities. We must continue that discipline. Fiscal responsibility is not just an abstract concept. It is what allows the state to be resilient in downturns, protect essential services, and avoid passing today's costs on to the next generation. If confirmed, my goals at OPM will be simple and focused. First, lead with collaboration and partnership. OPM is most effective when it works with agencies, the legislator, municipalities, and providers as a problem-solving partner. That means helping refine requests, reduce friction, and deliver results in a resource-constrained environment. Second, making data-driven decision-making the norm. We need to measure what matters and manage to outcomes. That means setting clear performance metrics aligned with the governor's priorities, ensuring data is collected and usable, and building dashboards and routines that identify issues early before they become emergencies. It also means strengthening how performance information informs budget development, not only as a slogan, but as a practical tool to improve outcomes, targeted interventions, and ensure accountability. Third, I want to make sure that we think long-term while managing the immediate challenges in front of us. Connecticut must continue to meet today's needs, but we also have to anticipate what comes next: economic shifts, workforce changes, evolving service demands, and emerging technologies. I want OPM to create a more structured opportunities for the state to engage in long-term planning and scenario analysis so that decision makers are preparing, not simply reacting. I'll approach this role with humility and deep respect for the legislator's role in policymaking. My objective is to lead an OPM culture that continues to encourage candid analysis, constructive debate, and entrepreneurial problem solving, always in the service of the governor's priorities and the people of Connecticut. Thank you again for your time and consideration. I would be grateful for your support, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Congratulations on your nomination and your willingness to step up in such an important role. In your testimony, you mentioned one of your goals being the collaboration and partnership. How does OPM currently communicate with other agencies and municipalities? And you mentioned a little bit on how you would fix that or strengthen it. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, and I think strengthen's the right word, not fix. So I think I'm just to sort of highlight. I think I'm coming to an agency, an organization that has a really strong culture today around engaging and working with partners, and it's something that I want to continue, and something that I think is important. And something that I have consistently tried to do throughout all of my roles. And so, just to give some examples, I think relative to agencies, the way in which I'm trying to approach my relationships with commissioners is somewhat of a support role, right? Rather than sort of a top-down push and directive. It's the commissioners are trying to achieve important public policy goals as sort of that front-facing agencies that are carrying out the legislator's priorities, and so from OPM's perspective, how can we help? What can we do that can make sure that they are being effective? Whether that is identifying resources that they need, helping with policy development and rollout, or working with them on their staffing needs or issues, or any other areas where we can collaborate.
That's great. Appreciate that. And earlier this year, the governor had mentioned the kind of the dissolvement of the Office of Health Strategies, and his idea of kind of transferring some of the responsibilities to other agencies, including OPM. Could you just talk a little bit about how you plan on taking some of those strategies in, and if you have enough, whether it's staff or resources to make that viable?
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I think relative to the governor's proposal there, I think the goal is to place the different components of the Office of Health Strategy with underlying agencies who are currently doing aligned work, in order to create some efficiencies and maybe create some better alignment in our healthcare policy across the state. So there's a few aspects that are proposed to come to the Office of Policy and Management. That would be sort of the affordability initiatives, including the benchmark, the APCD, the All Payer Claims Database, and Connie, which is the Health Information Exchange, would all be targeted to come over to the Office of Policy and Management. I think on the affordability side, right, that's a component that I think aligns well with some of the components that already exist within the Office of Policy and Management. We have an Undersecretary of Health and Human Services at the Office of Policy and Management, who is helping to develop and direct the governor's policy in the healthcare and human services space. And so I think some of those affordability initiatives and the benchmark align very well with that work, and would fit nicely into that division as it exists today. And then relative to the IT components, I would envision those components. We do have a health information technology officer, HITO, that lives within the Office of Health Strategy. I would envision that that position would continue to operate and oversee the All-Payer Claims database and the health information exchange as it does today. It would really just be sort of a change in reporting structure. Instead of reporting up to the commissioner of the Office of Health Strategy, they would report up to the OPM secretary. And so I think that again still allows for that central planning component relative to our health information technology. We have that specified position and now has a direct line with the Secretary of the Office of Policy and Management in terms of carrying out the state's goals in that area. So I think it aligns well.
It's great. I appreciate that. And then just in staffing in general, are there any departments or agencies that you're a little concerned about when it comes to the staffing levels? And are there any initiatives or policy that we can change to try to attract and retain some of these positions?
Yeah, I'll highlight two. So one, I think in our Department of Public Safety, relative to state troopers, we are seeing some challenges in recruitment there, and the governor has a bill in to try to provide some additional incentives relative to free tuition at our state universities and colleges, which I think is a good and positive proposal to help encourage more recruitment of qualified candidates in that area. But that's one area that I think we're looking at some future retirements. We want to make sure that we can keep our staffing levels appropriate. The other area that sometimes can be challenging is in some of our medical staff who might be working in some of the institutions where there are in more challenged environments, let's say in corrections or DEMIS. There can be some scenarios, right, where certain highly technical positions can sometimes be a little bit difficult to fill.
Appreciate that. That's all I have, Secretary. Congratulations again. This is a Senate resolution, so the House can't vote on it, but you certainly have 100% of my support. So congratulations again.
you
With
very
that, I'll
much for
turn it
that,
over
Jeff.
to Senator Duff.
Great. Good morning, Mr.
morning.
Secretary. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good to see you. And I'm glad that you're here. I know that you have obviously been working really hard, and that is probably drinking from a fire hose at this point, coming in late last year to this position, and certainly appreciate our discussions earlier and the way you gave us information prior to the governor's budget being released and to leaders anyway. And I think it was a good way to work with staff and everything else. So thank you for that. Just a couple quick questions for you. Obviously, OPM is a large agency, has a lot under it, working with your staff in a number of different ways. But two things that we hear as legislators often are staffing at agencies, and if we as a legislature and governor we approve staffing or at least fund it, and it takes a while for OPM to then approve it. Can you talk a little bit about that process and how to maybe make that a little bit more efficient? Because if agencies are waiting for folks to come in, or just say, for example, we have an engineer who wants to be hired at DOT, and I could even say any agency, so I'm not just mentioning that specifically, but and then we lose that person because of the fact that it just takes too long. And we have a critical need for folks because others are retiring. How best do we help to make that more efficient so that we don't lose people who we kind of desperately need?
Yeah, Senator, it's a great question. And, I think this is an area of balance that we're always trying to achieve. All staffing positions, right, will come up and need to be approved through the Office of Policy and Management. That's sort of a standard budget oversight component. Personal services being one of our largest line items in the budget, and that oversight is necessary to make sure that we live within those existing budgets, and and can close the year in balance each year. So I think that is it's an important role, but at the same time, there are it is necessary to be able to refill essential positions quickly so that we are not negatively impacting services, so that we are not, in certain cases, right, potentially driving up overtime, right, if we are understaffed, et cetera. And so this is an area I will say that I'm very interested in, and have been in discussions with staff around how do we do this? How do we strike that right balance so that we are ensuring that we are approving those core staff quickly, and avoiding disruptions, or in your example, Senator, right, actually losing a candidate because the process is taking too long, while at the same time, doing our due diligence and making sure that we're living within our means. So it is a balance. I think there are some strategies that we'll be able to review it and look at as we move forward. But I think it's an important area.
Thank you. I mean, because I know I'm talking about DOT, but I know we hear from folks in the group homes, and we have one in Norwalk where a lot of times they'll talk about the fact that they have somebody and then they lose that person to another job because it's taking so long, or they may get paid a little bit more. Or sometimes we even have different, and this is not your issue, it's more of a labor issue, but we have classifications of folks who move from, say, DDS to DPH or DCF to or some other, almost doing identically the same job, but move for pay, which I don't blame anybody for doing. But on the other hand, it's a lot of, it creates a lot of turnover and those kinds of things. So I think it's something to consider and to look at as well. I have just 3 other things, but one is also getting checks out on time to nonprofits and to utilize state services, or even grants from legislators or others. How do we ensure, because we've heard from nonprofits who work with Department of Children and Families, and they will say that the release of funds there has been really taking a long time, where other agencies it's much quicker. And why is there that disparity between agencies?
Yeah, that's a good question, Senator, and I will admit that it's not an issue that I had seen before, but it is something I'd be happy to take a look into and try to see, what are some of those differences across agencies? Because as you're highlighting, right, we have a lot of frontline social service agencies, and we have many nonprofits that work across many of those agents, or provide services, right, on behalf of many of those agencies. And I am aware that they do see sometimes differences in processes and procedures and those types of things. One thing I will highlight relative to this is, Governor does have a bill to create a nonprofit council, essentially. And one of the objectives of that bill is to talk about exactly those types of things, right? Like where are we seeing some challenges? Where can we improve efficiencies? Because your experience is different from one agency to the next,
Yeah.
and have that sort of back and forth conversation so we can identify those things and then bring them up and try to solve them.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it because, I view you as a change agent and as an innovator. I really do. So it's why I'm asking these questions. And because when we do the budget, we're all happy. We get the budget. Those of us who vote yes, we're good. And then 6 months later, people say we're behind, we're on a shoestring, we have to go against our credit. Nobody wants to hear that because then we all look
Absolutely.
terrible in
Mhm.
that situation. And that's not a Lamont administration thing. It goes across all administrations in a bipartisan way. So it's just a matter of, but we hopefully have better systems today than we did maybe 5-10 years ago. The other question I had, and again, two more questions, is going back to my appropriation days before I was majority leader. We would literally go through line by line every year with the budget, and I did the Conservation Development Subcommittee and a couple others. But we would try to figure out on the other expenses line, the OE line, sometimes personal services too, but OE especially, trying to get some transparency there and trying to understand and how do we get a little bit more transparency in some of those lines because a lot of times in OE, as we know, there's like it could be 5 or 6 things in that OE line or more that have been there for a long time, or maybe they haven't, maybe it's new. How do we make sure that we have a fully transparent, when we do the budget, and I remember sitting in appropriations, I'm sure you have as well, sit there for a long time, many hours, and trying to craft things and go back to negotiate with the secretary and the governor's office. How do we make sure that we know exactly what's in that line?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is sort of a great question, and I think this is an area of opportunity, let's say, because when you think about OE, you think about paying your utility bills and some of those classic things, right? Buying paper and supplies and other things like that. But in many agency budgets, right, there's some programmatic items sometimes in that OE budget. And it can be very distorting. And it's not only challenging, I think, from a budgeting or from the process that appropriations has to go through at the legislature, or we might go through in developing the budget and trying to break those things out. It can also be challenging in terms of the agencies themselves and trying to manage that OE line item when a large portion of it is actually taken up by a programmatic item. So I do think this is an area of opportunity to try to think about, where can we maybe break out some of those things into independent line items. We did just a little bit of it with the budget that we released, just related to several of the legislatively directed funds are put into the OE line item, and and I think it's probably better to have them outside. These are programmatic items, and here's sort of who they're going to be given to. But there are other things that go well beyond that. One item that I think about is the Department of Public Health. They have the state lab, and it makes up something like 75 or 80% of their OE is just a state lab, right? It has nothing to do with what you'd think about as OE. Like, why is that in their OE? It should really be a separate item. But I think it's a good point and something we should work on together.
Yeah, thank you. I would say, again, back to my appropriation days, whether it was the agriculture experiment station, they would have things in and I love those folks. The agricultural experiment station. I call them the Men in Black because they're like, they save us and we don't even know they save us.
That's right.
Yeah. They're just great, and they get a lot of federal funding and everything else. But it's like you try to understand the agency's missions, and you don't necessarily understand it. Sometimes you think in OE, it's for DOT, it's just sand and salt, but it's really not just sand and salt in OE. It's something, it's other things. So those are some of I think that's why for us as a body to make sure that when we do negotiate And we are talking to the public and we're sharing with them information that they can see things in a much more transparent way as well. And I know you believe that also. The last thing I just want to mention to you is, well, two things. One is the last year after session, we finished, had a good budget. Everybody voted, folks voted for it. But then we found out that there was a surplus at the end, like a month later, a few weeks later, a big surplus. How do we get more transparent on that as well?
Yeah, that is a great question. And actually, last year, right, was a bit of a unique year. We had
We like surpluses.
surplus. We
surpluses.
do too. We can agree on that. But just to highlight, I think there's probably two components to that. Last year was a little bit unique because I think the Trump administration had announced its tariffs a couple of days before the final consensus revenue, which caused consensus revenue to end up being much more conservative than I think it otherwise would have been, because obviously the stock market had tanked. As a result of that, ended up going on an incredible run soon after. But that did cause, I think, the OPM staff and OFA to be a little bit more conservative in their projections than they probably otherwise would have been. But I was looking at this with our staff. The biggest challenge it tends to be in the volatile revenue, and we're especially in a short session like we will be this year. We're sort of working on and trying to pass that final budget as those the most significant chunks of revenue from the income tax and from estimated and finals are coming in. And so it creates a real challenge to know at that point exactly where we're going to land at the close of the year. And I will say that generally, if we've just had a year where the stock market was really strong, it's been pretty consistent that we've probably underestimated those estimated and final payments. But in years when the stock market is not that strong, or it's actually down, those projections become even more difficult because it's really hard to know where they're going to land. There's a lot of variation when you're not seeing these year-over-year growth that we've seen in recent years.
Yeah, it's just looking not so good today.
Yes,
It's not 50,000 anymore.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you. And my last question, I promise. And again, thank you for your time and your explanations of these. Again, we hear a lot about retirees and Medicare Advantage and coverage that many folks will say is not as good, subpar. Can you explain that a little bit from a budgeting standpoint, from a policy standpoint, and what can we do to make sure that folks feel like they're getting the coverage that was promised to them?
Yeah, no, that is a great question, and I'll break this down into a couple of pieces. I think the primary reason that we use Medicare Advantage for our state retirees who are Medicare eligible is actually because of the way in which the federal government has decided to fund Medicare Advantage plans relative to traditional Medicare. Essentially, historically, they have provided additional subsidies, greater subsidies to Medicare Advantage than to traditional Medicare, and as a result, it is far less expensive to the employer. In this case, the state pays 100% of the premiums for most retirees and darn close for newer retirees. And so there's a real significant savings in going with Medicare Advantage. Now, from a benefits standpoint, we are able to still control the benefits. So we still have the very rich benefits that were promised to state employees. I think the areas where it becomes a little bit challenging has to do with prior authorizations and reviews, particularly as you think about nursing home care. And we had some challenges at certain points with high cost radiology and things like that. Over time, I think right now Aetna is the carrier. I think we've the comptroller's office has been able to improve and reduce some of those barriers as have been seen. And then in addition to that, I think they've created a scenario in which, if someone truly can't get the care that they need, right, we can drop them back into a traditional Medicare plan, so that they can get that access. So for instance, if they were in an area and the local hospital didn't accept the Medicare Advantage plan, the Aetna plan, that would be a scenario where we would say, okay, you can drop down to the traditional Medicare plan so that you can access care. So I think it's more of a ongoing identifying those challenges, working with the carrier, reducing any of those barriers that may be in place. But as long as the federal government is going to subsidize the Medicare Advantage plans at a greater rate than traditional Medicare, it becomes challenging not to use Medicare Advantage.
I totally understand that. Thank you for your answers. I appreciate it. You're well qualified for the position, and I look forward to supporting you in this committee and on the Senate floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Now it is good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. Congratulations on your nomination. Obviously, for the last 13 years before coming over to OPM, you've been in the Office of the State Controller and become one of our leading experts on healthcare policy and health benefits during that time. And obviously, your background coming to this position is a little different than prior secretaries. Some of them were, deputies in OPM before being elevated. Some were budget directors at municipalities or other entities outside state government before coming in. But you've had this particular area of expertise in health policy. One of the things I'd like to ask you about is following up on the specific question of Chairman Duff about Medicare Advantage. Another area where we've grappled with dealing with and monitoring with the performance of pharmacy benefit managers. Just your view on that. I mean, obviously, a few years ago, we had the situation where the pharmacy benefit managers, we found out, were imposing gag orders on pharmacists, and the pharmacists couldn't tell their customers that in some cases it would actually be cheaper to pay cash for a generic drug than it would be to put it through your insurance, because in some cases the copays were higher than the less expensive generic drugs. And we did this back several years ago. And in fact, the NBC News got onto the story. They had to go all the way to California to find a pharmacist who was willing to go on record and talk about the gag order that was being imposed on them by the pharmacy benefit manager. So just having dealt with this in the Office of the Controller, and from my point of view, often the pharmacy benefit managers have been bad actors in a lot of ways. So just your view on them and that process, their use, their utility, and what we can do to closely monitor and prevent other abuses. Because sometimes it's sort of almost like a whack-a-mole. You catch them at something and you block that, and then they find some other way to exploit the process. So just your thoughts on the whole enterprise.
Yeah, no, yeah. Thank you, Senator. Really appreciate the question. So yeah, I think the biggest challenge that we've historically had with pharmacy benefit managers is an issue with perverse incentives, right? Where the pharmacy benefit managers were able to do better financially by playing games that were not in the best interest of their client, that either being the health plan or the patient themselves. And so, I think the best way to sort of wrangle the industry is really to create scenarios where we can have better aligned incentives and discourage or eliminate those where the incentives are misaligned. And so in the example that you're giving now, Senator, where pharmacy benefit managers were putting into their contracts and saying you can't tell them that it's a lower cash price.
Right.
The reason why they were doing that is because if an individual paid their out-of-pocket costs with the plan, the pharmacy benefit manager was likely paying at or less than the cash price overall, but the copay rate might have been higher. So there was an overall benefit to the health plan, whether if it was a fully insured health plan, that was a benefit to the carrier themselves. If it was a self-insured health plan, that would be the benefit to the employer. Either way, there was an incentive for the pharmacy benefit manager to do that because it would generate either more profits for themselves if it was fully insured, or or reduce costs for their client if it was self-insured. And you can go down the line. There are just a variety of other scenarios where things like that occur. Whether we're talking about rebates and putting a brand drug over a generic that might be more expensive in terms of formulary placement, because they're getting some additional rebates associated with that, which may be beneficial to them or their client. All of these things create some of those negative scenarios. And so I think what we had tried to do when I was at the comptroller's office was to create a relationship with pharmacy benefit manager where we had aligned incentives, right? To say, hey, we're going to pay you differently, and we're only going to pay you for the services that you provide. And in fact, we're going to make it so there's some risk involved for you in keeping our costs down, so that when we do better, you do better type scenario. But historically, that has not been the way that the industry has designed contracts, and many of those contracts still exist today, where you have sort of these misaligned incentives where the pharmacy benefit manager can make more money in certain cases by driving up costs.
Thank you. One other issue I'd like to ask you about is just one of the largest issues that we grapple with in state government is our tax system, and the fact that the tax that generates the most revenue in Connecticut is in fact not even one imposed by the state. It's the municipal property tax, and in fact, when people talk about burdensome taxes, they're really not talking about any state tax directly. Our state taxes are quite moderate, with our income tax rate being capped at 6.99%, other taxes being moderate. So, but it is the property tax that is hugely burdensome in so many ways. There's a lack of equity in that, because if you look at it for one of the things I think that's striking is you see all of these sort of comparative studies nationally that will say that the very wealthiest people in Connecticut are paying significantly less as a percentage of their income in state and municipal taxes than middle income people are. And that's a kind of a striking statistic when you look at it, because they are paying 6.99% on their income tax. So they are paying a higher percentage of income tax, and yet their overall tax liability is significantly lower. So what that means is that they are paying far less in sales taxes and in property taxes than the lower income people, to offset the fact that their income tax is at 6.99% when most people are paying a blended rate of 4 or 5%. But just your thoughts on that issue of tax equity, because it's just the struggle is that the property tax tends to be higher for middle income people, both as a percentage of the value of the property taxed, and as a percentage of the income of the person owning the property. And I often cite a statistic of if you compare two properties, say one in New Haven and one in Greenwich. So say a fairly high-end property in New Haven might have a market value of $875,000 and assessed value at, say, about 620 for tax purposes at 70%. And there's a certain sort of windfall factor for the wealthy in that very fact that when you exempt 30% of the value of property, the more valuable the property is, the bigger that exemption is. So So a person in New Haven has, say, a $620,000 assessed property on 875 market value. In Greenwich, someone will be, let's say, a $3 million property, and the assessed value is 2.1 million. So there's 900,000 excluded from the beginning. But because Greenwich's net grand list is so robust, and their net grand list per capita now exceeds $1 million, that in Greenwich, that person with the $3 million house is paying about $24,000 a year in property taxes. The person in New Haven is also paying $24,000 a year in property taxes at the mill rate of 39 on a property worth 875,000 and assessed at 620. Just your thoughts on just what can we do to deal with this problem, which is fundamental to our system. We have the fact is that the tax that municipalities depend on the most is so regressive, and continues to be, because we haven't been able to provide the really significant amount of state intervention to offset that. I mean, we've done, going back to the Horton versus Meskel case, where we've had to increase municipal aid for education under court order, going back to that original formula. But despite that, in general, there's still a burdensome property tax on middle income people of moderate value properties that far exceeds the fact that wealthy people, even though they may be paying in absolute dollars a significantly large amount in property taxes, but relative to their income and wealth, and also relative to the value of the property, it's still pretty minor.
Yeah. No, thank you for that, Senator. I think this is an ongoing challenge, and I think about some of the work that you've spearheaded over the years in driving more of our sales tax revenue right back to municipalities, and also the other areas, education funding, et cetera, where the state is trying to help to offset some of that burden, but nonetheless, the burden remains and is a really significant component, as you highlight, to the costs faced by residents, and overall, it's a regressive tax that we can all recognize. And I think relative to this, I'll add one more challenge, Senator, if you don't mind, and then commit to continuing to think about this with you as to how we can best manage this moving forward. But I think we're also in a unique time where we have just gone through a 5-year period where residential properties have significantly increased in value, where commercial and industrial properties have remained flat or even declined in their value. And that is actually redistributing the tax burden onto residents, neighborhoods, et cetera, in a way that we haven't seen before, which I think is causing additional challenges at the municipal level as folks go through their revaluation process and then have to redistribute this tax, essentially reducing taxes on commercial industrial property and increasing taxes on residential property. Historically, it's not something we've seen to this extent. Usually they would rise similarly, and therefore, right, if everything goes up, yes, your assessed value goes up, but the mill rate comes down and you're kind of held harmless. That's not what's happening out there today. And so I think we are faced with maybe somewhat of a unique challenge right now relative to the property tax, even over and above the historic issues that we've had with that being a regressive tax and the primary funding source for our municipal entities. And so I do think this is an important area for us to take a look in and work on together and try to identify opportunities, with the legislator and the administration as we move forward.
Well, thank you. Let me ask you one follow-up question on that. That really is a problem. We've seen it in a number of municipalities where you all of a sudden have coming up at revaluation time, and suddenly significant appreciation in residential property as opposed to commercial and industrial. You also sometimes see it in communities too, with just within the residential component,
Yeah.
is that communities that are located along the shoreline, often the areas along the shoreline are seen as more desirable, and those houses appreciate at a greater value than the ones farther inland in the same community.
That's right.
Or certain neighborhoods in
right.
certain cities are,
Mhm.
obviously high value communities, like in New Haven, you have the East Rock area and Westville. Property values there are significantly higher than in other parts of the city. So it's a complex problem. But I'd ask your opinion, if you've had a chance to look at it, the one effort to sort of address this, and it's sort of it was an outlier experiment, and it's existed now for a number of years, but the city of Hartford does have a different system. They have a differential system of separating out the way commercial property is taxed as opposed to residential. I'd like to, if you have some thoughts on that system, how has it worked out for Hartford? Is it something we should consider doing on a broader scale, or a local option? Again, especially now we're in this context of this phenomenon of value seeming to spike on the residential side and flatter on the commercial side.
Yeah, Senator, it's a really good question and appropriate relative to the challenges that we're facing. I will highlight that right in the state of Massachusetts and the state of Rhode Island, they do have some local option ability to make adjustments relative to different property types, sometimes with state oversight and sometimes within limits. And I think as we move forward, I think these are the types of things that we need to kind of look at and see if they can address some of the acute problems that our municipalities are facing. And the fact that we have some neighbors that are doing it today, I think can be instructive. I'll say relative to the Hartford experiment, the one challenge I would maybe caution with Hartford is the extent to the differential that they have in Hartford, where it's essentially double. There is some indication, at least at certain times in history, that may have caused some challenges in retaining commercial tenants in the city because of that extremely very significant differential. But relative to Hartford's mill rate and the costs that are borne by the residential property, it has made a significant difference in terms of lowering down and making those tax rates a little bit more reasonable than they otherwise would be. So I think there's some balance probably to be had there, but I think it's something we should probably continue to look at as we continue to wrestle with the underlying challenges.
Right. I think that my son lives in the West End of Hartford, and he said that his property taxes are probably lower than a comparable house in West Hartford, a couple of blocks away, which is sort of unusual sometimes in terms of West Hartford being a desirable suburb. But but because of that differential, it does create benefits for at least in the West End, I think, in that particular area of Hartford. One of the things, just in terms of the property tax, it does seem to be in many ways a kind of a historical anachronism, in the sense that the system was probably set up on the belief that property ownership was really a pretty accurate proxy for overall wealth. And in an older, more agrarian society, that was certainly true, but not necessarily now, because my parents grew up on farms in Ireland, and Farmer O'Brien, who had 20 cows and was certainly wealthier than Farmer Callahan, who had 10. He had a bigger farm and more resources, and the ownership of land was a true proxy for wealth. Somebody with a bigger farm was wealthier than somebody with a smaller farm. But it really doesn't work that way necessarily, because of you can have two people now living in the same subdivision in identical properties, but their financial situation could be very, very different, because one family is putting all of their eggs in their home ownership basket, and they're struggling to pay their taxes, struggling to pay their mortgage. They believe that the only chance to build equity is to own that house, and at some point maybe sell it at a profit, appreciate the equity in it. But it's a struggle for them their very next door neighbor in the very same property has made a different decision because they are much wealthier than their neighbor, but they have decided that they want to have more discretionary income. They want to keep their property tax low as a percentage of their income because they have other priorities they want to spend on. Maybe they want to be engaged in philanthropy or travel or other things, so that the two properties identical as you drive down the street could really be not in any way reflecting the actual circumstances of the families who live in those two identical properties, where it was not true, I think, when the idea of the property tax being set up as a kind of a fair standard and a reflector of actual wealth, as it is in an agrarian society where the farmer with the bigger farm is wealthier than the farmer with the small farm because he has more grazing land, can own more cattle, and produce more things that can be sold. So just it seems to me we're building so much of our system on what is now an anachronism and still trying to maintain it in modern times.
I couldn't agree more, Senator. You know, it's I think an underlying challenge that we have to continue to contend with. You know, and I also think we probably have an additional challenge at the moment, and not to extend it out too much, but we have again a unique scenario where folks are in some ways stuck in their home in a way that you know, folks may have downsized historically. They would say, okay, well, I'm going to get to a certain age. I'm going to, you know, I don't want to pay these high level of property taxes anymore. I'm going to sell my house and go buy a small condo right in the other lower cost end of town, and move along. But because of what we've experienced in rates, in terms of mortgage rates over the last several years, that choice maybe isn't as available as it used to be, because if you have a 2% mortgage and you got to move to a 6 or 7% mortgage, right? The finances don't work out in the way that they historically have. So it just sort of another, I think, example of some of the challenges that we're facing, and that you know, folks maybe have even less options to manage the property tax than they historically have.
Right. Just one final question that it relates a little bit, I guess, to the Hartford differential, is that it seems to me maybe OPM, maybe you know the background of this. How did we set upon 70% as being the tax the value for tax purposes as opposed to the market value? It could be 80, it could be 60. Why is it 70? I mean, one theory I've had was that if it's 70, it's enough lower than the market value that it doesn't really incentivize that many people to appeal their assessment, so that if it were closer to 100%, more people might object to that, say, I really couldn't sell my house for that, and maybe appeal. I don't know if that's part of it, but it also seems to me that there's a hidden windfall for the very rich and the owners of very wealthy, valuable property in that too. As I said with the example earlier, a person with a $300,000 home only has $90,000 of that value excluded for property tax purposes, right? But a person with a $3 million home has $900,000 excluded for property tax purposes. And you know, what your thoughts on maybe looking at that 70%? Is that good policy? Should there be some variation? I mean, could we combine perhaps creating maybe a homestead exemption on the one hand, with allowing for a higher percentage of maybe above 70% in terms of valuation to make up for the lost net grand list by giving a homestead exemption at the other end? So just your thoughts on just that. That has been a given for so long, but I don't know if it's ever been really examined as to whether it's good policy to have a 70% threshold for assessed value versus estimated market value.
Yeah, I have not evaluated it, and I don't know the historical precedents for it. But I will say, you know, the homestead exemption just is an interesting one, right? I think we only have New Milford who has engaged in it, but it's really the idea that you would assess the value of owner occupied homes less than those who maybe have a vacation home or that type of thing, and therefore reduce the burden on your actual residents versus those who own property but don't actually live there. It's interesting to me that more folks haven't taken advantage of it. This is something that the governor highlights to me on a regular basis. Say, why are there not other communities that are taking advantage of it? And you think of there are many. Again, you highlight along the coastline where folks are struggling maybe to stay in their community, but many of those are homes that are driving up the price. Some of them may be owned by folks who are not actual residents, and so there is an opportunity. It's a local option to give these towns a little bit more flexibility in reducing the burden. I think there is sort of it's a twofold question to me, though, of I think we need to identify why aren't more towns adopting that. Is there something that are they not fully aware of it? Are there adjustments we need to make it more attractive? I think some of these things we need to evaluate so that when we do have an option like that for a reduction in the burden of the property tax for residents, it actually gets leveraged and utilized.
Yeah, I think it may be that they're worried about grand list erosion by knocking off that $50,000, but that's why I raised the issue of possibly allowing for raising that 70% threshold to something higher to allow for towns to give that homestead exemption and then maybe go to 75% of market value for the assessment rather than 70. But
That's a great point.
That seems to me to be something worth exploring too, because we've got there are so many fronts in which there are so many inequities that are built into our property tax system and capacity to pay and to manage it. Just one last thing on that, we do offer towns that an opportunity to sort of cushion the blow by doing a 5-year phase-in on a reval, and of course that is beneficial to those residents who might suffer a major shock by having it imposed all at once. But on the other hand, I know New Haven has done this a couple of times, but the argument has been made in the neighborhoods where values did not appreciate quite as much as in the other part of town. Their argument is that it's really unfair to them because they don't benefit. They have to wait 5 years for the benefit of the full correction in the values, where the people whose values did appreciate the most have a postponed reckoning, so they don't have to deal with it all at once. And really those in the lower value part of town remain in effect overassessed for 5 years until it's fully phased in. It's sort of a political, a practical alternative, but it has equity problems of its own. So your thoughts on that?
It does, Senator. It's sort of a double-edged sword, those 5-year phase-ins, for exactly the reason you just stated. We've also evaluated, again, looking at sort of current challenges. The towns that are doing those 5-year phase-ins right now are actually losing some of their state aid through grants that are distributed based upon your total percent of your grand list, and so there can be other negative consequences as well that I don't think folks are necessarily always taking into account.
Right. And we've been doing some research on this, and as we mentioned, the net grand list per capita in Greenwich is over $1 million, and yet there are communities like Hartford, New Britain, Wyndham, and some others where the net grand list per capita is 80,000 something. So hence the disparity, hence the problem. Well, thank you so much, and again, congratulations on your nomination, and we look forward to great work and leadership in OPM.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. I've seen Senator Berthel online. I wasn't sure, he's been in and out. Let's give him the opportunity. Yep.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, congratulations on your nomination. I enjoyed the opportunity to speak with you privately a few weeks ago at this point now, I think. I don't really have any questions. I look forward to your work. I think it's actually I do have a question. And I'm not sure if it's relevant for here, but I do look forward to your work on OPM. It's such an important part of how we go through our budgeting process and really understanding what the needs are. So in prior terms, I've had the opportunity to serve as the ranking member on the Appropriations Committee, and one of the things that has always kind of baffled me, and I think Senator Duff might have touched a bit on this with his comments regarding some of the OE line on the budget, but in the FAC meetings, which are part of the responsibilities of the ranking and chairs on appropriations to sit on. We routinely would see, and I'm the alternate on that committee now, not being the ranking, but for the Senate Republicans. But we would see on a routine basis, after we got slightly into the budget year or into the budget, we would see these ridiculous requests for transfers of money, ironically from the salary line into an other type line, and of course we would question them in the process of the meeting. But it always bothered me a bit that we had, even though there might have been a legitimate request for transferring that money to do something else, the reality is that the request and the use of that money never really went through the proper vetting process, and it certainly was not the budget amount was not intended for how am I trying to say this? It was never intended to be transferred to something else after the positions that were requested were never fulfilled. And I realize what Senator Duff spoke to earlier is that we've had some delays. We know that DAS has been working diligently to kind of change up the hiring process and not have it take so long so that we lose good employees that want to come to either work for us or transfer into another agency or another department. But I don't know if you can speak to what I'm talking about, but that whole process of taking monies that were budgeted for one purpose, bringing it before FAC, and then moving it into something else that, again, it might be justified, it might be okay, but it never went through a critical debate or discussion in the Appropriations Committee or whatever for that new intended purpose. And I'll stop there. I think I've made myself clear. If you don't understand what I'm saying, please say so.
No, I do understand what you're saying. And I think, I think it's an interesting point. As you're going through the course of the year, right, it is really hard to be 100% accurate in terms of the projection of each line item within the budget. And so we're always going to end up with some scenarios where line items have additional funds at the end of the year, and that may be because some positions that were intended to be filled didn't come on in time, or you end up with 3/4 of the year of a position instead of a full year of a position, or they could have a contract that you thought you were going to roll out on July 1st, and in fact maybe it gets rolled out on December 1st for whatever reason. But all of these things are going to create some additional room in that line item, whereas we may have other line items where unexpected things are happening, especially when we think about entitlement line items, where it's an area that we have limited control over costs and growth. And so the FAC process, I think, is an effort to be able to balance out the budget over the course of the year relative to the challenges that occur with projecting out what the final actual costs will be in each one of these line items. And so I think there's some value to the process to be able to allow that to happen. But I think what you're highlighting is saying, wanting to make sure that those transfers are appropriate and getting a similar oversight to what they might get when they go through the appropriations process. And I guess what I would say is, I think if there are concepts and ideas that you have or your colleagues might have, additional information that you'd like to see that maybe you don't see today, I'd love to hear that and love to kind of work with you on seeing what we could do on it.
Thank you. I appreciate your response. And I guess I do understand that. And I guess my concern lies in, and I'll give a really good example. And the commissioner of the Department of Motor Vehicles is a friend of mine, former colleague in the legislature. But I want to say it was last year we had a big, oh, maybe it was 2 years ago. I don't remember the exact time frame, but we had a big request in FAC to transfer. It was a lot of money. It was a seven digit figure from the personnel line into other. And the explanation that the good commissioner gave was that they were going to apply these funds to advance their strategic plan for improving some technology, to be able to do some technology upgrades for DMV, which is wonderful. And I fully supported that in that committee meeting. I said the more online service we can provide, the more technology we can deploy with DMV, the better the experience is going to be. And it's improved dramatically because of that in my 12 years in the legislature. But I guess my concern remains, and I don't know that you fix this or we just continue to have we have conversations about it. I just feel that sometimes these requests lack the scrutiny that they should have regarding spending, taking money that was budgeted for one purpose and spending it on something else. Again, without a more comprehensive review, and I fully appreciate that there are shortfalls and surpluses that occur during the course of the budget year, but it always seems that those surpluses came from requested positions that I can't help but wonder if they were never intended to be filled. You request 100 slots to be filled, you only fill 20 of them, and now you've got the salaries and benefit available for 80 positions, and you're halfway through the year, you're not going to fill them. Well, maybe you should have only asked for 30 slots and not or 40 and not 100. But I know it's not a problem we'll solve right here. I look forward to your work as our new secretary. The office has always been very responsive to my caucus and my colleagues when we've asked for information. Mr. Chairman, thank you for a few minutes. And Mr. Secretary, I don't know if you wanted to respond again to what I just laid out, but I'm through with my questions at this point.
No, thank you, Senator. And I'll just say that, I hope we will continue to be responsive and engaging as we move forward. And again, I think on this issue, it's something I'd like to continue discussion about and see if there's opportunities for improvement there.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yacarino, followed by Representative Godfrey and Senator Martin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Pleasure meeting you. I sit in finance, but I haven't met you yet, so it's a pleasure meeting you. And I've owned my own business for almost 35 years, and I see you and your wife have owned your business about 14 years. What made you both want to open your own business? It looks like a really nice business for if you're healthy, like to eat healthy, and which I like to. So. Both, but go ahead.
That's fantastic. And thank you for that. And good to meet you as well, Representative. I think I grew up in a family that had a small business. My parents owned a health food store actually when I was growing up, and so it was always kind of a lifestyle interest of mine. My wife was always very into vegetarian food and cooking, and so those things kind of aligned. We as we moved back to our community and realized there was maybe a missing part in having that sort of healthy eating location. We decided maybe it'd be something we'd want to endeavor into.
I'll visit it one day with my wife. I asked you that question because the principles of business, is to obviously have a good product, help your community as far as what they want to purchase, but also pay your bills and have a surplus in your business, obviously. And you're being the OPM secretary is vitally important. And so with that, our fiscal health, where do you see that? I do have a lot of questions. I can't vote for you, and I would vote for you if I could, but I do have some questions. But the fiscal health of we rely so much on Wall Street, but we also rely on sales tax and other taxes. And what do you in your short time as OPM secretary, how do you see our fiscal health? There's so much instability in this world right now with the Middle East and the Caribbean and everywhere else, which is, not good. So, and it could affect Wall Street eventually.
Yeah, so I think we're at a point maybe an inflection point relative to our fiscal health. We will see things change quickly. But on the one hand, the legislator and the governor have done incredible work to build up over $4 billion in the rainy day fund, and because of the volatility threshold, right, we have these additional dollars that we've been able to pay down over $10 billion in our pension debt, opening up $850 million worth of room underneath the spending cap for other priorities every year. And so all of that is really an incredible story, particularly coming from where we were in 2017, a state that was fighting with Kentucky and Illinois for the most challenged fiscal issues. So I think all of that it puts us in a really strong position and has even allowed us to be responsive to some of the instability that we've seen in terms of unpredictability with federal actions and changes that otherwise would have impacted our residents in a negative way. And all of that, I think, is really good news, and it looks like we'll probably end the year with a strong surplus relative to the volatility revenue again this year, and we're trying to figure out what's the best use and leverage of those dollars as we move forward into the budget. But there are concerns, right, as we look at Wall Street, starting to see some declines. We're seeing the price of oil shoot up quite quickly, and all of these things can have a meaningful impact. Not only on our volatile revenues, if those Wall Street returns come down, that will reduce our volatile revenues, but also to the extent that there's instability, right? Does that do businesses start to hire a little bit less, right? Even in the absence of layoffs, if we see a slowdown in hiring, right, we're going to start to see some impacts on our withholding revenue. And early indications are that may be slowing down a little bit. Sales tax has performed well to date. We hope that will continue to the end of the year, but again, given the instability, we're not sure. And then we have our corporation taxes. Historically difficult to project and seems to continue to go down every single year as I think corporations improve their tax planning, and so that we're seeing that at the same time. So I think our general fund revenues, right, there is some concern there, and then even those volatile revenues, although they look really robust because we've just had several years of incredible performance in the stock market, to the extent that we see a significant market correction, we would project those to come down quite substantially.
I appreciate that. And that's why it was important to maintain our fiscal guardrails. And I understand there's always competing interests. I was here I got elected in 2010, sworn in 2011, and perpetual tax increases with that many cuts, which didn't serve the public well at all. I know we fixed that 17, 18 or 18. But so I would hope we could keep the fiscal guardrails. And I understand, like, I voted last year for $40 million for the excess cost education. And the governor's office was not that happy with some of the votes because they originally vetoed the bill. But I think that was vitally important for the help municipal relief because of education. So there's going to be tweaks, I get it. But overall, hopefully we can maintain, like in a business, you want to maintain your fiscal guardrails. To when Senator Looney was asking you questions about the assessment of your homes, I whispered over to Senator Looney that we should have, if anything, I'm saying we should, but look at a sliding scale, because you have something at $9 billion You don't have to do 70%. You might want to do 75% and you go down to 70 and 60, and down to 65%, even 60%. But if there's a sliding scale, that could be possibly something that could work, potentially. And then, with municipalities, there's so many mandates from the state that would help towns probably about 8 to 10% with their property tax issue. Every town is just getting clobbered with property tax issues. And it's either because I think a lot of, like, I represent the 87th district, and our first selectmen did a great job bringing businesses in. Our taxes continually go up. Things cost more money. Unfortunately, we probably spent too much money during COVID. All that ARPA money came in. Now it's gone, and towns are still spending, which they don't have the. It's like a business. If you don't have the money, you have to do something. You have to have a sale. You have to raise money somehow. So it's through property taxes, and it's not really fair to people that, especially seniors, that just cannot afford it. I don't have the answer, but I think part of it is you were with comptroller's office. I think Scanlon's done a terrific job with insurance. Insurance is so expensive for municipalities, and I don't know if you have a lot to look at, but we have to look at somehow with the insurance for the Board of Eds and in town in general. Like, our town self-insured, but it's astronomical. I think the insurance went up another 6 or 7% in 1 year. That's not sustainable. So I don't know if you have any time to weigh in on that, or would like to weigh in on the things I mentioned, the sliding scale and the insurance and the mandate relief.
Yeah. So I'll make a couple of statements. I mean, I think in the property tax issue, right? I think it's an ongoing challenge that I think we'll all need to review as we move forward. In terms of mandates, right? I think it's an area where there's always this give and take in terms of public policy development of, for each one of those mandates, right? There's probably some good reason or some good intention, but what's the underlying impact, and how do those things build up over time, and just something I think we should all keep in mind as we work through public policy items. But on the last one, on the healthcare piece, this is really an important component, and I think as the governor has highlighted, and even highlighted within my nomination, I think he sees, and I think rightfully so, one of our biggest challenges moving forward, right? We've kind of set up a structure to allow us to better manage our pension and long-term liabilities, and we've started to get some control over those, where they are no longer growing to the extent that they're knocking other priorities off the table. In fact, they're kind of making room for other priorities because of the payments we've been able to make against them. We're seeing the opposite, right, over the last couple of years, and it's very similar to what you're describing in the towns. It's the same problem where even at the state level, we are seeing our healthcare costs rise, and that is in every major bucket that we have healthcare costs, whether that's the state employee plan, Medicaid, workers' compensation, inmate medical, you name it. It's gone up significantly, and that is the thing that is pushing other priorities off the table. Healthcare is essential. We want to make sure that we retain a good healthcare. But what are the things that we can do to improve some of the efficiencies on that front? I think is a key focus of what we want to be looking at, both from what are ways that we can adjust individual programs to make small adjustments that result in reduced costs without negatively impacting the recipients. And coming from administering the state employee health plan, I have a significant experience in working through some of those challenges. But we also have to look at it in the aggregate as well, right? How can we actually slow down the increasing costs in the healthcare market while improving quality? And that's not going to be an easy task, and I'm not going to tell you that that I have the exact answer, but I do think it's something that we're going to have to work on together. And the last thing I'll say relative to municipalities, right, is we do need to make sure that we are offering municipalities appropriate options, and that they can take advantage of those when they can. We do have many municipalities that have joined the state employee health plan through the partnership plan. To the extent that can be a viable option for them, that can potentially be beneficial. And then, we still have many municipalities that purchase healthcare separately between the Board of Education and and the town or the city, and there's zero scenarios that makes sense. And unfortunately, we still do it over and over again. And in each case, it costs the municipality money to do that. And we really got to start to think about some of those efficiencies as we're challenged by the rising cost of property taxes and everything else. Another component is can we improve some of those efficiencies on the other side?
And then your office will work with, sounds like you do work with towns for, I would think would make sense if every town pulled together with the state. If you have the numbers on your side. I mean, I'm sure our first selectman looks into all this already, but every town's getting clobbered. And then, I just feel bad for seniors or poor people that could, they have their home, but they can't leave because they haven't either, zero, they have 2% or 3%. To go to somewhere smaller where it's, like you said, 7 or 6 or 7%. That's not, but let me change gears. So the governor, and I know our House Republican office looked at a holiday gas tax. And I was with the governor when Senator Looney at the parade Sunday, St. Patrick's Day parade. And he mentioned that again to somebody, and somebody screamed out in the crowd. He goes, yeah, we're going to do it. And that's a loss of revenue, obviously, which is fine, but could we sustain that?
So
if it happens,
if it happens, yeah. So I mean, I think in the governor's thinking on it was, can we provide a gas tax holiday and maybe use some of the volatility revenue or another source to back fund that. And I mentioned that relative to your sustainability question. Obviously, when we look out in the Special Transportation Fund, we are seeing some pretty significant deficits when we get into the out years. And so removing the primary revenue source for a long period of time without backfilling it in some way would make that challenge more difficult, which is why I think as the governor was thinking about that, how do we provide some immediate relief, is also thinking about, right, how do we also backfill that and not negatively impact the Special Transportation Fund, which I think we all care about and want to make sure we can continue to make those important investments.
There's a lot of needs. We're looking for more ECS dollars, property tax relief. There's a lot of stuff. We have Washington federal Medicaid cuts, which is, I think we put 70 million of the money, which I voted for last year, into saving, the healthcare saving, not the savings account, but it was for healthcare. I don't remember the title, but we put 70 million, I believe, into that.
Yeah, but for backfilling some of the subsidies on the exchange that were cut. Yep.
I think that's about it. We just, obviously, I'll hopefully work with you again on finance. I sent Representative Haynes is on finance with me also. I can't vote for you, but I'm sure you'll do a fine job, and with the governor and with all of us here. And I wish you the best. And I will stop at your place someday.
No, thank you.
Probably won't be there. I'm never in my. I'm never in my business. One last thing, my property tax, I own my property and my business. It went down. It really shouldn't have. I don't like paying taxes, but my property tax should not have gone down. My value has, they evaluated where my property went down. It did not go down. I don't know the commercial property went down.
Commercial. No, I know, yeah.
But it should, honestly, it shouldn't have. I don't know who did the evaluation. It made no sense, to be honest with you, because then what's happening, so many people that can't pay their taxes are getting the short end of the stick, to be perfectly blunt with you.
Yeah.
I don't know why that happened. It's just,
Yeah, I think it's a perfect example of what, we were discussing with Senator Looney of, we're at sort of a unique moment where, residential property just grew so much faster in value than commercial property.
yeah, I didn't, much as I don't like paying taxes, I didn't agree with that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gottfried, followed by Senator Martin.
Good afternoon and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Those of us that can go back in time and remember when the Office of Policy and Management was created by Governor Grasso, you're a secretary, not a commissioner, because I think it was Representative Alice Myers from Greenwich at the time said, we're creating a prime minister for the state of Connecticut. And I know the media like to describe your office as the budget office. You and I both know it's a lot more than just the budget. There's huge policy and procedural stuff that goes on there. So I admire your tenacity and your willingness to walk into this fire, kind of frying pan and fire at the same time. I want to make a couple of very little points, and then I want to follow up on Senator Looney's discussion on tax policy. You mentioned creating this new bureaucracy to help nonprofits out. I hope in the course of that, we don't forget the Alliance that is headed by former Undersecretary of OPM, John Carl Casa. They're doing a great job as an umbrella organization for nonprofits. So I'm hoping they'll be intimately involved in anything that goes on. I believe it was Senator Duff who talked a little bit about the Medicare Plus stuff. At my age, I look at that kind of stuff often. My mother was a registered nurse her entire life. And so I heard the hospital type gossip. And it's bad enough that private insurance companies deny and reduce costs that are incurred by medical professionals, by hospitals, by clinics. But Medicare, Medicaid too, is even worse. In part, it's because it's our fault, because we fund Medicare and Medicaid, basically. And we have never funded it at the level it should be, in my humble opinion. So I'm hoping that's another challenge that we can work together on. You and I've been listening to you. You and I agree on all the challenges. What I think we're both looking for is solutions and suggestions and reforms. And that's got to happen sooner rather than later as we watch the deterioration on the national level and on the international level. So just kind of park them in the back of your mind as we go forward. And I do want to chat a little about tax policy. When then Representative Looney and I voted for the income tax, there were a couple of really good things we did. First of all, we abolished the capital gains tax. We treated that as regular income, in effect, lowering the rate from 9% to 6% at the time, which is actually how we got Republicans in places like Greenwich to vote for it and get it through with Governor Weiker's help. And we reduced the sales tax by 25% from 8% down to 6%. And it was interesting, the Office of Fiscal Analysis gave us some numbers subsequently. If we hadn't done the income tax, how high would the sales tax have to go? It would have had to go from 8% to 12%. That's what they told us. That's a shock, and I'm glad we didn't go down that road. But, and we've had the long discussion. I think the biggest failure at the time as we were doing tax reform in general was not doing anything with the property tax. And there hasn't been an awful lot of decision. I've been a supporter of the homestead exemption. I've been a supporter of the mansion property taxes. We don't go anywhere with those. Even some of those ideas, they're good if you own the property. If you're a renter, your landlord's getting the money and he's not reducing your rent. That's another issue, another challenge, I think. The conveyance tax, I think, just makes it harder for first-time buyers to buy a home. It increases the price there. And I understand where the money's going, but I was educated by Jesuits. The ends never justify the means. So I think that's another challenge I hope we can address. As I look at kind of the national scene, it's not right versus left, Republican versus Democrat, rural versus urban. It's top versus bottom. The top 1, 2, pick a number, percent, pay next to nothing compared to working families. And I'm not happy with Connecticut's overall tax policies on that line. We refuse to tax billionaires, and I've gotten emails and mail from them saying we'd be happy to pay a higher rate. Somehow it's more an ideology than a practical point. Excuse me, is spring. And in the meantime, I'm an urban legislator. I don't have any billionaires or even millionaires in my district. What are we doing for working families? Unfortunately, Governor Malloy raised the sales tax rate from 6.35, or whatever it is now. And I'm quite aware that my constituents who are making, I was talking to Maria Horn, she said, under $50,000, you really don't pay an income tax, give or take. You can argue over the number. But there's a rather high threshold. In fact, several times I have voted to increase that threshold rather than doing a rate cut. But when we look at that, when we look at all the tax credits, which are great, property tax credit, the child tax credit we're looking at, that's great, but only if you're paying in the income tax. What should we be doing for the people who don't pay the income tax? That's a lot of people, and they are paying, and what I think is too high a sales tax rate, as Senator Looney pointed out. Their overall tax burden as a percentage of their income is much higher than the billionaires and the millionaires because they're paying regressive taxes. I've suggested year after year after year, the last 5 or 6 years, let's move the sales tax back to 6% at the very least, if not lower. Unfortunately, we've not gotten anywhere there. What do you see the need for tax reform to make our whole tax system here in Connecticut more equitable, more fair, more just? I know that's a lot.
No, and I very much appreciate the question. I think for those who are not paying the income tax, the earned income tax credit has been obviously a great success, and the fact that the legislator and the governor have been able to increase that a couple of times in the last several years, I think is very positive. But I think, as you point out, Representative and the senator had pointed out before, the overall tax policy remains a challenge for some, which I think as we think about tax policy, I'll highlight maybe a couple of things. One, it has been, and the governor's said it many times, but it I think is important for us to keep in mind, right? There is some benefit to stability in the tax system, and trying to generate more taxpayers rather than more taxes. I think it's been an important sort of component that the governor has highlighted, and I think has in part paid some dividends to the state over the last 7 years in terms of stability and predictability. At the same time, I'll say as we move forward and try to evaluate, additional opportunities, there is the question of evaluating our overall tax system relative to the situation that we find ourselves in 2026. In part, we have a property tax, as the senator highlights, that was put in place, at the start of this nation, and made a lot of sense at that time. We have a variety of other taxes, Representative, that I think you're highlighting, that were really designed for a 20th century economy, and we now live in the 21st century. And so I do think that we are going to have to start thinking about, what does it mean to have a 21st century sort of tax system, and what does that look like? I think that's a very, very broad discussion, and is going to have to take into account many of the things that have been highlighted here. But I think as we in the future contemplate tax policy and tax changes, I think all of those things need to come into play.
That's comforting to hear. So thank you for that. It's the property tax was a 18th century idea that was implemented in the 19th century to pay for public schools which was a new idea in the United States. And you're absolutely right. It does not work in the 21st century. As some, I inherited a house. It's the only way I could afford one. I've seen, and I've only owned it for like 4 years. I've seen my property tax almost double, mostly because of reevaluation. I mean, I'm listening with sympathy and empathy, actually, with a lot of the comments that Senator Looney and Senator Duff made. It was fun. One of my colleagues back in the day was Senator Dave Cappiello. I think Marty, you remember David. We put in a bill one year that said, gee, we're limiting taxation on the municipal level, the property taxes. What if we let them do any kind of tax they wanted? And the explosions were just phenomenal. Because I think, and this kind of answers another question, they're just afraid municipalities are just afraid of change.
Mm-hmm.
They're just completely afraid of change. But the change for working class families, I think, is something we have to do, and we're going to need the help of your office and the administration in tackling these problems, not kicking the can down the road anymore, not hoping they're going to go away, because they're not. But you're absolutely right. So I'm looking forward to working with you and the rest of your colleagues, especially in OPM, to get some answers and some ideas on this. So we've been just kicking this stuff around for too long, and it's hurting my constituents. Good luck. Thank you very much.
I very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Godfrey, maybe I'll join you next year in proposing the bill to do exactly what you and Dave did a few years back. That might be the right answer. Who knows? But congratulations, first of all, Josh, on your nomination here. I just have one question, and that's going back to the PBMs. I know my local pharmacist shared with me last year, the year before, concerns. I know that we had legislation that was passed last year that I think did strides in addressing what was happening within the pharmaceutical industry. And most recently, he shared with me another concern, and also I received an email from a constituent where the pharmacist could not provide the drug that she was prescribed because he would be paying more for that particular drug than he would pay more out of pocket for that drug than what the provider or the insurance company was willing to pay him for that drug. Could you speak to that? Is there anything that we can address to take care of that? It seems to me that not very fair that we've allowed that to happen, that someone particularly, and I'm going to use CVS as an example here, they own multiple layers. They own a pharmaceutical distribution, right, CVS, but they also own Anthem, the insurers, and I think they may even own something else along the continuum here. But it doesn't seem to me that that's fair. It looks like we're setting ourselves up to allow monopolies to take place with the larger insurance companies to have them be able to own pharmaceutical companies like a local pharmacist. We seem to be if we're allowing this, it seems it's inevitable that our local mom and pop pharmacists are going to go out of business. Could you speak to that? Is there something that can be done at your end?
So I'll highlight. I guess I'll take it from the perspective of the local pharmacy. I think local pharmacies have been really challenged in recent years relative to the consolidation of the market and a market that has really driven towards significant discounts on prescription drugs, which were difficult for many of those smaller pharmacies to actually manage, right? The reimbursements that even in some cases would result in a loss, right? That actually dispense a drug for less than they paid for it. I think that has resulted in a significant decline in independent pharmacies over time. We are seeing some changes in the market, and it's really a result of some of the scrutiny that's been placed on pharmacy benefit managers, both at the federal level, at the state level, and to be frank, because the low reimbursement rates that were occurring started to take a bite out of the larger pharmacies as well, Walgreens and CVS, where they were struggling to meet margins because the reimbursement rates had gotten so low, and so we especially 2 years ago or so, we're seeing a lot of challenges in the market, but as a result of that, we are seeing some changes in how pharmacy benefit managers are reimbursing pharmacies, reimbursing them at more rational levels, not overpaying generics and underpaying for brands, for instance, giving them actual dispensing fees for the first time in a long time. So I think these are positive developments that we can sort of build on to make sure that we still can retain access to our local pharmacies, and folks have a pharmacy network where they can go in and talk to a pharmacist and have that engagement. The other piece, I think is always a very difficult balance, and this is sort of the budget hat component of what's prescribed versus what is actually dispensed and approved by the plan. I think on the one hand, you want to make sure that we're giving appropriate flexibility to the prescriber to be able to make sure that they can appropriately care for their patient. While on the other hand, there are many, many scenarios in this marketplace, the pharmaceutical marketplace, where we have drugs that have, very similar, if not identical, therapeutic value, and they have very different price tags. And so, in an entirely open market where it's whatever the prescriber prescribes is going to get filled, could drive up some significant costs, right? Because you may have scenarios where there's a biosimilar on the market, and we're gonna fill the brand instead at 6x, 10x the cost of that biosimilar. And we see these things actually play out when there are no guardrails at all. So I think there's a real balance that has to be struck there in order to make sure, right, folks are getting what they need with the therapeutic value they need, but we're not overpaying when we have two available medications and each of them can perform well. The last thing I'll say on that, I think one of the things we've been able to look at relative to the state employee plan is putting some of those preferred items in place at the front end, but making it so that the evaluation and ability to make a change relative to medical necessity is, a very reasonable barrier, or a very reasonable bar, let's say, so that when someone actually needs that medication that may not be preferred, they can get it, and they can get it at the cost of the preferred medication.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. I guess, underlining for me is my concern for the mom and pop, the independents, here's the scenario that happens, right, regarding a drug that it's not good business to buy something and then not be able to be reimbursed for the actual cost, is that customer will need to go to somewhere else and purchase that drug. And then along with that, usually is now they're going to continue using that same pharmacy who does have that drug, and where they used to get all their prescriptions, the mom and pop, the independent, will lose business, and eventually you have enough of those, then the mom and pop will shut down. So that's my concern. That's my fear. And I just wanted to share that with you in your, as you move forward, that, the occasion rises, that's something that you might be able to address.
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing that. And I think it's something we need to continue to keep a close eye on and make sure that, our local pharmacies are getting fair reimbursements so that they can stay in place.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Mr. Secretary, there is one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciate it.
All right. Next item on the agenda is a Senate joint resolution. This is the nomination of Linda Yelmini of Winter to be Education Arbitration Panel as a neutral arbitrator. I have a feeling this will be a little shorter than the secretary's. If you can raise your right hand.
Certainly.
Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Wonderful. Floor is yours.
Okay. Last time I followed Jeff Beckham, so I'm used to this routine. Yeah. I mean, but that job is way more important than mine. So, than my nomination. Good afternoon, Chairman Duff, Concepcion, Vice Chairs Looney and Godfrey, Ranking Members Yacarino and Berthel, and distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nomination Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Linda Yelmini. It's been my privilege to appear before you as Governor Lamont's nominee for reappointment to the position of impartial arbitrator serving in the public interest at the Education Arbitration Board. I've spent my entire career in labor relations and employee relations. For the past 10 years, I've been a neutral arbitrator. I serve on the Connecticut State Board on both grievance and interest arbitration, and a neutral on the American Arbitration Association, which is known as AAA, the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, the New York Public Employees Board, and several other boards. I've arbitrated over 400 cases consisting of disciplinary matters, including terminations of employment and contract interpretation disputes, including mediation and conciliation in certain circumstances. It's always better if you can get the parties to agree to a resolution rather than some independent person coming in, though that's the role we serve. But if you can get the parties to come to their own solution, it's way better. And I've served on several interest arbitration in the education service. I'm a longtime Connecticut resident. I graduated from the University of Connecticut, more years than some of you have been alive, with a BS in business administration, and I have an MBA from the University of New Haven with a concentration in finance, and I'm a member of the Connecticut and American Bar Association. I earn my JD at night while working full time, and I was the director of labor relations for many years with the state of Connecticut and negotiated and arbitrated collective bargaining agreements as well as the CBEC. I was there for the original CBEC pension and welfare agreements. I was also the commissioner of the DAS and public safety, deputy public safety, and deputy executive director of special revenue. As a result, I have strong relationships with both labor and management, and can understand and appreciate the interests of both sides. And this allows me, for the most part, to be impartial, and I'm almost universally accepted by both management and labor as a neutral arbitrator. I'd very much like to continue as an impartial arbitrator on this panel, and appreciate the time to appear before you. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on your renomination, and
Thank you.
again, your willingness to serve. I think out of all three speakers, or you're the third. all-
I'm the second. You have.
Oh, well, the
more.
third overall, and
Yeah.
everyone so far has been affiliated with UConn, which is great. I know Mr. Paul isn't, so we won't go four for four, but
We'll
that's
forgive
okay.
him. You'll forgive him.
I'll forgive him for that.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Just a question that I asked the previous speaker was just on trends. If you're seeing any types of trends over the years when it comes to these dockets coming in, whether the ones that don't reach a settlement, is it usually are they discussing health benefits? Is it a salary disputes?
On most of the teachers are governed by the teachers' retirement system, and they're covered by the state pays their health insurance. So we typically don't get involved too much on pension with the education, but on trends, I've seen mostly that the parties have attempted to get together, and sometimes the arbitrator will help them get together. And you did ask Mr. Weiner about Mr. Looney did, Senator Looney did, about last best offer arbitration. And that's been in existence for a long time. And it does force the parties to get to the center more so that both parties, so both last best offers are more reasonable. But I've seen way more of parties trying to negotiate themselves as opposed to going to an independent party. And even, it's kind of like a lot of times things settle at the last, at the courthouse steps, and they settle when you've done arbitration up until the last second, and then you get there and they suddenly look at you and say, yeah, the three people, and go, yeah, let's go settle this. So
That's great.
a lot of times that happens.
Yeah, which is great. I know,
Yeah.
as I mentioned before, I think we're seeing that much of as a trend of more settlements than having to go through arbitration. So that's great. And then my last question is, what keeps you doing this work? What's
Oh,
your passion for it?
Okay, I love this work. It really is, you get to meet a lot of interesting people. A lot of people that do this work have been doing it for a really long time. So you have friends on all parties, and you also get to right some wrongs, and you get to see people, and as Mr. Weiner said, a lot of times they're not happy. One side isn't happy necessarily, but they're satisfied. And so that's really, and you like to resolve problems. So if you're a person that likes to resolve problems, this is what, that's the reason I like this work.
That's great. I'm usually the person that causes the problems.
Right.
So thanks again. Congratulations on your nomination. Let's see if anybody's online. Is Senator Berthel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination, and I should say renomination to serve in this very important capacity. I really don't have a whole lot of questions. I think I fully understand the role of what you do. I'm glad I'm not in that role. I'm not sure I would want to do that, but I appreciate your willingness to step up again and to serve in this very important role. It's important that we are able to have some impartial voices at critical moments when decisions have to be made. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to be brief and be gone, but thank you very much. And again, Madam, congratulations on your reappointment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments? Representative Haynes.
Okay.
Oh, I was just going to say thank you for serving, and thank you for being willing to do it again, and congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
Great. Anything else? There is one question before we
Okay.
go. Is there anything that in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Wonderful. Thanks again. Thanks for
Thanks,
spending your morning and early afternoon with us.
Okay, thank you.
All right, last but certainly not least, it's a Senate joint resolution. This is the nomination of Glenn Powell of Collinsville to the Education Arbitration Panel as a neutral arbitrator. Good, yes, good morning.
Good
Thank you
morning.
very much.
I'm raising my right hand.
There you go. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. Floor is yours for any opening remarks.
Thank you. Chairman Concepcion, Chairman Duff, Vice Chair Godfrey, Vice Chair Looney, Ranking Member Yacarino, Ranking Member Berthel, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Glenn Powell, and it is an honor and a privilege to be nominated by Governor Ned Lamont for reappointment as a neutral arbitrator to the Education Arbitration Panel. I want to express my sincere thanks to the committee for giving me the opportunity to appear before you to speak to my desire to continue to serve as a neutral arbitrator. I have been a labor and employment lawyer for 45 years and an employment and contract arbitrator since 1995. I am also an employment mediator. Part of my mediator service includes having done pro bono mediations for the Connecticut Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. I also have been a member of the panel of arbitrators and panel of mediators for the Electric Boat Corporation's voluntary dispute resolution process since October 2014. In addition, I've been working as an impartial hearing officer for the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System since October 2023. I also am a member of the Connecticut and U.S. District Court for the District of Connecticut Bars. I believe my prior work experience makes me well qualified to continue in the neutral arbitrator position. I have 30 years of employment and contract arbitration experience. I have been a single arbitrator responsible for handling all procedural aspects of arbitrations, conducting hearings, and writing comprehensive awards within strict time deadlines. These experiences track well with my responsibilities as a neutral arbitrator and panel chair for the Education Arbitration Panel. My experience also includes acting as a neutral on three-person arbitration panels, which experience has taught me the importance of working closely and openly with party arbitrator colleagues. I am well-versed in arbitrator ethics and understand the limits of arbitrator authority. As an arbitrator, mediator, and lawyer, I have handled a wide variety of labor and employment law and contract matters and disputes. I have always viewed the disputes I've handled as problems requiring effective solutions. As a lawyer and as an arbitrator, my strengths include carefully reviewing and evaluating relevant evidence, including financial information, asking appropriate follow-up questions intended to clarify or further develop existing issues, carefully listening to and evaluating the arguments of advocates and fellow panel members, and reaching sound, logical conclusions based on the information and arguments presented and the contractual and legal principles that apply to the issues in dispute. I am very interested in continuing to serve as a neutral arbitrator on the Education Arbitration Panel. Doing so will give me an opportunity to use my legal and arbitration skills to constructively resolve the terms of employment disputes between educational professionals who play a valuable and vital role in the development of Connecticut's children. In addition, I'm a great believer in and supporter of the arbitration process as a mechanism for expeditiously and cost-effectively resolving contract-related disputes. I am also interested in the neutral arbitrator position because working in this position will continue to allow me to give back to the state I have called home for 48 years. On a personal level, as a public school student for grades K through 12, I benefited from having committed and talented teachers. While in high school, I had the opportunity to take a wide variety of college-level courses that were made available to me and my classmates. I want Connecticut's public school students to also be the beneficiaries of committed, talented teachers and varied course offerings. The teaching profession is an important profession, and effective teachers should be rewarded appropriately. However, I recognize that Connecticut municipalities and the state have significant financial issues which present challenges to our ability to effectively educate our students and reward our teachers. As a neutral arbitrator, I look forward to weighing all the competing interests, such as the interests of school children, the general public, the employee group, and the relevant governmental authority, as well as the financial commitments and capabilities of local towns and cities, and making decisions that best serve those various interests and take into account applicable financial commitments and capabilities from an overall perspective. In summary, I am honored to be nominated for reappointment to the neutral arbitrator position by Governor Lamont. I believe my work background and experience, my approach to dispute resolution, and my temperament make me well qualified for the position. In addition, my educational experiences, support of public education, belief in binding arbitration as an effective tool, and knowledge of the arbitration process also will allow me to handle cases that come before me with great interest, enthusiasm, skill, and integrity. Once again, I want to thank the committee's leadership and all members of the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today. I will be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Attorney Powell, thank you so much. Congratulations on your renomination and your willingness to continue to serve on this committee. I'll just ask you the same question I've asked is, what keeps you coming back and wanting to do this work?
I spent a lot of time as a lawyer, and often the matters that one handles as a lawyer get to be contentious because it's one side against the other. I think I've gravitated, and I think my opening remarks and my resume indicated, I've gravitated towards altered dispute resolution because I can do be a much greater, have much greater effect on situations from a neutral position, both helping parties settle their disputes as a mediator, whether it had be as a private mediator or when I used to do pro bono mediations for the CHRO. And as an arbitrator, I can also look at disputes and take a hopefully wise and logical approach to help solve those disputes. Now, one of the things I learned in doing this work is that, as I said, it's very important to listen to your party arbitrator colleagues. You can learn a lot from them, and they have, I think, a positive influence on any decision that I would have to make. Because as a neutral arbitrator, I ultimately make the final decision. But you can't make that in a vacuum. You have to listen to the parties, you have to listen to their arguments, look at the evidence, and listen to your colleagues. And to go along the line of what Mr. Weiner said earlier, I think the last best offer system is a great system. But one of the other things that one can do to balance is that often these are 3-year contracts. And each year of a certain issue has its own separate number placed next to it, such as wage increases, a certain percentage in 1 year, 1, year 2, year 3. So when looking at that, you have to take a balanced approach. You can't say, I'll give it all to one side or the other. You sort of balance it. So you get something that hopefully works for both sides. And also the mark of a good settlement is both parties come away not being overly happy, but not being overly upset either.
Appreciate that. No other questions for me. I see Senator Berthel's online.
Yes, thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chairman. Again, as my comments were to the person that was in this seat prior to you, first of all, thank you again for stepping up. I've enjoyed listening to your comments just now as to why you really want to be back doing this. And again, it's such a critical role when we have issues that need to be fairly figured out, if you will. And it affects something that's well, at least personally for me as a legislator, very important, and that is, the continued good delivery of education across Connecticut. So, congratulations on your reappointment, and again, thank you for stepping up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your kind words, Senator.
Thank you,
You're
Senator.
welcome, sir.
Representative Yacarino.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I really don't have many questions because we've asked so many questions, and I know you have a great resume, and I like what you said, is that at both parties, you want them to be happy and satisfied. That's your role. So when people come away, they feel like they've got what they wanted and they're going to move on and go back to work. So I appreciate you stepping up. I'm sorry running back and forth to meetings, but I know you do a fine job and it's an important job. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Haynes.
Hi, thank you for being here today and thank you for stepping up and wanting to serve in this role. And I give you guys a lot of credit for doing what you do, but you sound very competent and able to do the job just fine. So thank you again and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Attorney Powell, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to this state, to the governor?
No, there's not.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you. One thing, Representative Concepcion, while I don't have a UConn educational connection, I played soccer at Hofstra University for 4 years. And the first 3 years we played UConn 3 times. And let's just say it did not come out well for Hofstra.
Well, that's wonderful. Thanks for that. Go Huskies. All right, with seeing no other items on the public hearings agenda, we will adjourn the public hearing portion. All right,
Go back in too.
yeah, we'll convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee for Thursday, March 19th, 2026. We'll go a little bit out of order. First item on the agenda is a House Joint Resolution. This is the nomination of James Donegan of Milford to be a member of the Connecticut Port Authority Board of Directors. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Godfrey, seconded by Representative Haynes. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff. Concepcion.
Yes.
Looney. Godfrey.
Yes.
Yakarino,
Yes.
Vizino. Bonferra. Gresco. Haynes.
Yes.
Harding. Hartley. Kushner. Linehan. Martin. Nuccio.
Yes.
Quinn. Retigliano. Sanchez.
Rep. Vols yes.
Scott. Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next item on the agenda is another House Joint Resolution. This is the nomination of Gerald Weiner of Woodbridge to the Education Arbitration Panel as a neutral arbitrator. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second? Second by Representative Yakarino. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff. Concepcion.
Yes.
Looney. Godfrey.
Yes.
Berthel. Yakarino.
Yes.
Vizino. Bonferra. Gresco. Haynes. Harding. Hartley. Kushner. Linehan. Martin. Nuccio.
Yes.
Quinn. Retigliano. Sanchez.
Rep. Sanchez Vols yes.
Scott. Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll hold off right now on item B. So we'll go to item C, which is a Senate Joint Resolution. This is the nomination of Linda Yelmini of Windsor to be an Education Arbitration Panel as a neutral arbitrator. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second? Second by Representative Yakarino. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff. Concepcion.
Yes.
Looney. Godfrey.
Yes.
Berthel. Yakarino.
Yes.
Vizino. Bonferra. Gresco. Haynes. Harding. Hartley. Kushner. Linehan. Martin. Nuccio.
Yes.
Quinn. Retigliano. Sanchez.
Rep. Sanchez Vols yes.
Thank you. Scott. Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next item is another Senate Joint Resolution. This is the nomination of Glenn Paul of Collinsville to the Education Arbitration Panel as a neutral arbitrator. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second? Second by Representative Haynes. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff. Concepcion.
Yes.
Looney. Godfrey.
Yes.
Berthel. Yakarino. Vizino. Bonferra. Gresco. Haynes. Harding. Hartley. Kushner. Linehan. Martin. Nuccio.
Yes.
Quinn. Retigliano.
Brennan votes yes.
And Representative Baumgartner?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Rep Sanchez, how do you vote?
Item five.
Representative Sanchez Vols yes.
Scott. And Winfield.
All right, we will stand at ease for one moment. See Senator Martin's on. We're just waiting for Senator Duff, I believe.
Was that all the votes?
I'm
Mr.
here.
Chair?
Yes, that's all the votes for House members. Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, Senator Duff is here. All right,
Yeah.
so item is a Senate resolution. This is a nomination of Joshua Wojcik of Brooklyn to be Secretary of the Office of Policy and Management. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Senator Duff. Is there a second?
Second,
Seconded by Senator Martin. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff,
Yes.
Looney, Berthel, Bonfera, Harding, Hartley, Kushner, Martin,
yes.
and Winfield.
All right, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Votes will stay open until 3:30 today. Our next meeting, hopefully our last meeting, is next Tuesday, the 24th. With that, we will stand in recess until 3:30. Thanks. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, Senator.
Hey, I'm sorry about that. I literally had to jump at exactly the wrong moment as
Yeah.
we the meeting. I had to be somewhere,
No, I get it.
something
Yeah,
else.
it's a crazy day today. So
Yeah, it really is. Well, we're right up against all the deadlines. So,
absolutely.
do we need to go through them individually, or can I just say that I'm a yes on all of the items before us?
You can do that if you prefer. Sure.
Okay, as long as we're not breaking any rules, that's great. I'm a yes on all of the items that were on the agenda today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sure thing. Take care.
You too.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Hello?
Senator, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Hanging in there. I have a handful of them for you today. First is
Okay.
James Donegan. He was a rehearing, one from the technical error. He was for the
Yep.
Port Authority.
I watched most of it. I know who the folks are. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next one is Gerald Weiner. He's the education arbitrator.
Yes.
Thank you. Next one is a Senate resolution only for Josh Wojcik of OPM.
Yes.
Thank you. Next one is Linda Yelmini for education arbitrator. Senator, did I lose you? Senator? What can I do? Donegan, the Port Authority. He was a rehearing. Yeah, yes. The thing with the pistol. Next one was Weiner, education arbitrator. Yes. Can't vote on one. Say Yelmini and Powell. Both yes and yes. Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Good seeing you. Yeah, good seeing you. Yeah, take care.
Hey, Dean, I dropped the signal. I don't know where we got cut off.
That's okay. Yeah, I lost you. So you voted for Wojcik. I have two left for you. Both are education arbitrators. The first was Linda Yelmini.
That was a yes.
Thank you. And then the last one, Glenn Powell, to be education arbitrator.
That was a yes as well.
Okay, great. That's it.
Thank you. All right. Have a great afternoon.
You too.
Hey, Dean, how are you?
Representative, how are you?
I'm doing well. Hanging
All
in
right.
there.
So I've got four for you today.
Sounds good.
First was James Donegan to the Port Authority. You might remember him from February.
I do.
Technical issue. We had to rehear the gentleman today.
Yep. Totally fine. Fazino, yes then, yes now.
Okay, that's one. Gerald Weiner, education arbitrator.
Fazino, yes.
Thank you. Next one is Linda Yelmini, education arbitrator.
Fazino, yes.
Thank you. Last one is Glenn Powell, also for education arbitrator.
Fazino, yes.
Thank you. That's it.
No Josh Wojcik, too bad.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Yeah. All right, Dean. Thank you.
Take care.
I'll see you.
Yep.
Dean,
Representative Gresco, how are you?
all right, is Senator Duff in line next?
No.
Okay,
No, you can go first. No, he already voted, sir.
whenever you're ready.
All right. So the first one would be James Donegan. He was a rehearing from February.
I recall.
Yes.
Donegan, for Donegan, Gresco's a yes.
Thank you. Next one is Gerald Weiner to be education arbitrator.
Gresco is a yes.
Thank you. Next one was a Senate resolution only, so I'm going to skip that. It's Josh Wojcik for OPM.
Bummer.
I know.
I'm bummed I didn't get to talk to him in Polish. What's the dayak with Oishamdi?
Pretty sure we've never heard that on the record before.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the next one would be Linda Yelmini for education arbitrator.
Gresco's a yes.
Thank you. Last but not least, Glenn Powell to be education arbitrator.
Yeah, Gresco's a yes.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Good talking to you, Dean.
Likewise. Take care, sir.
Wow.
Hey,
Hi,
Ruben.
Dean.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Thanks.
All right, I owe you some votes, huh?
Yes.
All right, hit me.
There's nothing in this folder, right?
It's okay.
So the first is a House joint favorable for James Donegan to be a member of the Port Authority. He was
Linehan votes yes.
easy enough. Okay, next is Gerald Weiner to be education arbitrator.
Linehan votes yes.
You. Next one is Linda Yelmini to be an education arbitrator.
Linehan votes yes.
Thank you. Last one is Glenn Powell to be an education arbitrator.
Linehan votes yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll see you later.
All right, take care.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Dean.
Hey, Senator, how are you?
Well, I guess I scooted out too quickly, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
You're not the only one. Don't feel bad. So,
Sorry, Dean.
it's a crazy day. No problem. So the first is James Donegan, the rehearing for that gentleman.
Yes,
Thank you. Next one is Gerald Weiner to be an education arbitrator.
yes,
Okay. Next one is a Senate resolution only. You voted for that one already. That was Mr. Wojcik.
yes,
Okay.
Yep.
And the next ones are Linda Yelmini for education arbitrator.
yes,
Thank you. And the last one is Glenn Powell to be education arbitrator.
yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir.
All right, Dean, have a great day and weekend too. All right.
You
Bye.
too. Bye.
Hi, Dean.
Hey, Senator, how are you?
Good, thanks. I am yes on everyone.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Good weekend. Bye.
You too. Hey, Senator.
Hey, good afternoon. Hi, Dean. How are you?
I'm great.
Yeah.
How are
Good, good. How long did the hearing go?
you? Not too bad. We wrapped the hearing around 1:45, so it wasn't too bad.
Oh, okay, yeah. And so for OPM, Josh, was it unanimous on all sides?
I can't disclose that while the votes are open.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. All right. Yes. So go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so the first one is a rehearing from February. It was Mr. Donegan for Port Authority.
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Just a second. Okay. Next one is Gerald Weiner to be a neutral arbitrator before the Education Arbitration Panel.
Yes, in the affirmative.
Thank you. Third one is Mr. Wojcik, the Secretary of OPM.
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Linda Yelmini to be education arbitrator.
Yes, in the affirmative.
Thank you. And the last one is Glenn Powell to be education arbitrator.
In the affirmative.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, and Tuesday, we also have a meeting.
Correct. We have a hearing and a meeting on Tuesday.
Okay, great. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dean.
My pleasure.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Dean. It's Mike Quinn.
Hey, Representative, how are you?
Good, thanks. How about you?
Great. Okay, so I've got 4 for you today. Mr. Wojcik was a Senate resolution. You cannot vote on that. However, I have Mr. Donegan for Port Authority. He was heard in February. He had to be reheard today.
Okay.
You're a yes, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. The next is Gerald Weiner to be education arbitrator, neutral.
Yes.
Thank you. Next is Linda Yelmini to be education arbitrator, neutral.
Yes.
Thank you. Last one is Glenn Powell to be education arbitrator, neutral.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dean.
So
Are we meeting next week?
Yes, there'll be a hearing and a meeting on Tuesday. And then that's
Okay.
it.
All right, great. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, you too.
All right, take care.
You too.